Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you've just offered prayers, and I know you are going to follow the other people and for us to do business. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I can see the leader of government business, the majority bench, and the entire majority members absent from the chamber. But Mr. Speaker, we had a meeting with them this morning. Mr. Speaker, they are present within the chamber. They are present within the precinct of Parliament. The minority leadership, we are all here. Our members, 137, we are all here. The leader of government business, for us to move the government business, is not in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, I've gone to check the attendance list. Honorable Damboche was here. Honorable Philip Baswa has signed. But I don't know why they will come and sign and leave the chamber. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to seek your guidance. I saw and heard the majority chief whip, Honorable Frank Anudompre, addressing the press, saying that we in minority are doing propaganda with the government budget. Mr. Speaker, the duty of a government chief whip is to make sure that government business go through. So, Mr. Speaker, we are in minority, and the budget is not a private member's bill or a private member's motion. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to seek your guidance. The bell I heard being rang, I saw then to this morning, we had meeting together in your presence. So why is it that they are running away from their own budget? Mr. Speaker, in the history of this country, it has never happened before that a government brings government budget, economic policy and financial statement and runs away from it. What are they afraid of? Then, Mr. Speaker, should we alone go ahead to pass the budget, then Ghanaians will say that it was the minority people who passed it. I want to seek your guidance. So, Mr. Speaker, where are our colleagues on the other side?
Honorable Deputy Minority Whip, please hold your fire. I've just been informed that the majority side will want to have 30 minutes meeting of the caucus. They have alleged that I was informed. That definitely is on. I was informed early in the morning that both caucuses were having caucus meetings. That I'm aware of. But we just finished a meeting, and straight ahead, I initially wanted the first deputy to even come to preside, and he left. But later on, he came back because of the agitations of members. And so I decided that I'll preside. So I walked straight from the meeting to my lobby. And then I did ask whether members were in the chamber, and I was told yes. Nobody came to inform me that they were having a caucus meeting. And that is why I came to preside, only to realize that there was nobody on their side. So I'll plead with you for us to just suspend sitting for 30 minutes. Well, if you will not take the plea, I have decided that we will suspend sitting for 30 minutes. And then we will now come as a house, not half of the house, to conclude the debate on the government economic policy and estimates for the financial year 2022. We will be taking the decision today. So please, I think that what we need to do is to try and activate what we usually refer to as the usual channels of communication. That seems to have been blocked. The usual channels of communication, leadership. You have to activate the usual channels of communication and let us all come on board and know when to do this, when not to do that. But I think at this time, we'll have to give them 30 minutes to hold their caucus meeting and then appear for us to do the distance. So the House is accordingly suspended for 30 minutes. Honorable members, please. I did suspend sitting for 30 minutes. And please, will you shut up? We cannot allow indiscipline inside the House. I am not prepared to tolerate it. I don't benefit anything by being Speaker. I'm Speaker to serve my nation. It's not because I'm going to get anything better than what I was receiving. I will not tolerate that. I'm saying that the suspension was for 30 minutes. It's taking us about 2 hours or more to return. And that is because the subject matter that we are to discuss, there have been new developments. And there were discussions, and as Speaker, I have to be briefed. And so your leaders came with the Minister of Finance to brief me. Should I ignore them and come to preside because I suspended sitting for 30 minutes? Go through the media and see how I'm being insulted. Please, the only thing I have is my reputation. I apologize for keeping you waiting. And I will do that because there was no communication to you. And so you are right to have taken the position you've taken. But please, let's be honorable members of Parliament. We are going to continue with the debate on the budget. And today is for your leaders to wind up. The question will be put, the decision will be taken. And so I will start by giving the opportunity to the minority leader to wind up the position taken by the minority, and then after that, the majority will do so. That is the decision that was communicated to me since yesterday. Yes, minority leader. Majority leader, is the Speaker out of order?
The Speaker, you certainly have not said anything that puts you out of order. But when I entered, you are relating to some events that occurred when you suspended the House. And Speaker, the Finance Minister came with a prayer during the periods when you suspended sitting. And the prayer of the Finance Minister is to the effect that in all the previous 4 budgets that he has submitted to this House, on behalf of the President, is carried this House, both sides of the House, with him. And by that, the entirety of the nation with him. The Speaker, this 5th budget that is presented on behalf of the President has, unfortunately, created a situation where it appears there's no consensus to approving the budget. And by that, and by extension, implying that he's not able to carry the entirety of the nation with him in this exercise. It's the reason why he came, and we came to you with his humble prayer that he be accorded some space for further engagement with the leadership, the standard leadership of the 2 sides, to enable him build bridges, to see what takeaways that he could make to affect this budget. The Speaker, the Finance Minister himself is here. I would not want to take the sail out of the wind. The indication was that if we allowed the minority leader to speak to wind up, it may amount to a crystallization of the ideas expressed by the minority. If I do say it will also amount to crystallizing the position of the majority. I thought that before we came there, he wanted to see if he could engage, to see if there are matters that he could respond to in order to be able to carry the entirety of the House with him. Mr. Speaker, but as I said, he's here, and I will not pretend to weep more than as a sympathizer, more than the bereaved. So if you can hear him, and perhaps we'll make progress after listening to him. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that you have met with the leadership and the Minister for Finance and the Minister of State to discuss further how these matters relating to the approval of the budget will be done in a matter serving the interests of our country and our people. I would suggest that I'm here to conclude on the budget. We had the Minister of Finance on the 17th, so we know what his thoughts are. And he laid a paper before us. After he has heard me, if he has interventions, we'll be happy to hear him before the leader or after the leader. But we haven't been heard. Mr. Speaker, we are serving the people of Ghana. Let them know where we stand and why we stand there, and why we think some policy actions must be taken. So fairly, if my colleague has no objection, he should allow me to proceed, to contribute, to conclude on it. Then after that, he or the finance minister may want to respond to the issues that are likely to be raised by us, Mr. Speaker. That is my thinking.
Majority Leader, I thought this one we could go ahead, allow him to state the position of the minority. I will then give the Minister for Finance to say, being the one that came to present the statement, to say a few words, and then you now will come in as the final statement on the budget. And then I can put the question.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, the prayer to you was to afford them space to engage both the expanded leadership of the minority and also that of the majority. Mr. Speaker, if the minority leader should speak,
Honorable Majority Leader, I get the sense of the House. That is why I said I will get the minority leader to present his side of the House, the position they've taken. I'll give the minister the opportunity to say a few words before you come in. I think it's important that we hear the minority before we hear the Minister for Finance, because the Minister of Finance presented the statement. We've all heard it. The nation has heard it. Let's finish with the response from the minority, then we come back. If the minister has something to add or take away, he will now tell us. I'll give you the opportunity to conclude the debate, and then we can put the question.
Mr. Speaker, it will appear to me that maybe you missed the import of the application that I was making to you. The minister, by his prayer, is beseeching you to afford him space to engage both sides of the House before the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, my little worry is anytime my colleagues speak, we listen to them in silence. But they have no patience to listen to some of us. And that is not good enough. It's not helping our democracy. Look, you speak, you expect the majority to listen to you in silence. But you never have the patience to listen to the majority. How do you want to build parliamentary democracy? Or is it the case that you come with a steely determination, this opposition will not listen to anybody? Is that the case? That cannot be good for us. So, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that his appeal to you is to afford him space to engage further. Because if, upon meeting the leadership, he has to maybe amend certain portions of his presentation, it will render obtuse what the minority leader wants to put before this House. And that is why I said, if it is possible, but if it's not possible at this stage, and you want to listen to the minority leader, and before you listen to the prayer of the minister, it will mean that I will have to hold my own concluding remarks in abeyance for him to do the engagement before, after that, I come to do and the sequence will not flow. That's the reason why I was coming back with this appeal. I think the chronology of events then will be better. Instead of listening to the majority leader, the minority leader, and then affording him space to put in his own prayer, to grant the prayer, he does the consultations, and then after we come back, then I come to state my own. Because the sequence will not really flow. And that is why I'm coming back. But we are
Majority Leader, the issue here is not one of sequence. You have listened to individual members of the minority, and we've also listened to individual members of the majority. The leaders are now going to articulate the positions taken by the various groups. So what the minority leader is now going to state will be the position of the minority. And so we would have heard the minority's response to the statement of the Minister for Finance. Then he can bring his prayer. And then you also state, after listening to his prayer and listening to your members, the position that you have taken. My work is very simple. I put the question, and then we vote. And so, minority leader, you have the opportunity now to put before the House and the country the position of the minority.
Well, Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House approves the financial policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2022, which was moved on Tuesday by the Honorable Minister for Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, to reflect what the wishes of the Ghanaian people are. As I said, Krumna-ish, Mr. Speaker, I'll lace my presentation with Krumna-ish for the youth, for the traders, for our women, for our importers, who cannot simply make ends meet because of the continuous infliction of hardships by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his government. He came to this office of president, hailed that he will end the suffering of the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, let me also use this opportunity to commend you for your effort and to assure you that we will stand with you in demanding that equality is equity, and that the other co-equal organs of state, not just parliament, the judiciary, is adequately resourced and financed by this budget and future budgets as a rule of thumb to deepen governance and democracy in our country. Mr. Speaker, let me begin. Charity, they say, begins at home. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you take the budget statement, we in the NDC minority, we are calling on the Minister of Finance. And Mr. Speaker, let me refer to paragraph 316, page 82 of the budget, to proceed on it. One of the major decisions, as we are told, Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 315, this is what the minister said. After considerable deliberation, government has decided to place a levy on all electronic transactions to widen the tax net and rope in the informal sector. This shall be known as the Electronic Transaction Levy or the E-Levy. Mr. Speaker, he goes further to say that the electronic transactions covering mobile money payments, bank transfer, merchants payments, and inward remittances will be charged as an applicable rate of 1.7%. Mr. Speaker, we demand that the Minister of Finance shelves this. Is estimated to bring him, if you go to page 231 of the budget, some 6.9 billion. Assuming that his deficit number of 37 billion is right. If you add another 7 billion, that only brings it to 44 billion. I'm just assuming. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the E-Levy, Mr. Speaker, is going to turn our country's progress backwards. Our effort at establishing a digital economy and encouraging a cashless economy will be hampered by this initiative. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, even when he says 100 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, the Vice President, I understand, chairs the economic management team. In one of the regional conferences of the New Patriotic Party, he courageously and boldly said that Momo affects poor, ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, I am at the game with him. Momo will affect poor, ordinary Ghanaians, and therefore it should be suspended and shelved. Mr. Speaker, particularly so that the Minister of Finance is being exploitative of COVID. Mr. Speaker, let me read paragraph 313. Yes. Paragraph 313 reads, Mr. Speaker, mobile money platforms and bank transfer grew fourfold, reaching 68 billion in 2020 from 15 billion in 2015. So largely in 2020, because of COVID and social distancing, we all encourage electronic transactions and electronic payments. Then when you hear that the Ghana figure has increased from 527 million to 1 billion, opportunistically you want to tax it, Mr. Speaker. That is simplistic. It's COVID. It is not going to be there forever. I'm quoting from the paragraph. And Mr. Speaker, I'm holding with me here an article by Peter Misiani, Taxation of Electronic Commerce, a commentary. And he warns, the extraordinary growth of the internet has given rise to the concept and practice of electronic commerce, which has revolutionized the way business is conducted in the world and in Ghana. I've added the in Ghana, Mr. Speaker. For consumers, even for shorter shipping times. So, Mr. Speaker, if a businessman in Ghana banking transactions transfer $2 million abroad for any purpose, he must pay an e-levy. That is $34,000 lost. Mr. Speaker, in introducing the e-levy, we are not even mindful of the fact that you don't tax capital. You tax revenue, income. You tax income, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that tomato seller or onion seller, if he chooses and decides that he doesn't want to travel to Navrongo, he wants the tomato brought in by road and does a memo transaction, Minister of Finance wants to eat from that pie. That is unfair to that ordinary tomato seller and to the onion seller. Mr. Speaker, so e-levy, we on this side, we have served you notice that this budget should not be with the policy approval of the e-levy. Mr. Speaker, in fact, this morning, myself and the majority leader had to receive a petition on your behalf on the matter relating to the e-levy. And Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian people are strong in saying that we should reject the e-levy, and we will reject the e-levy because it does not serve our collective quest to build a digital economy. Mr. Speaker, before I go into other matters, we on this side, we know what happened in Keita following some tidal waves, Mr. Speaker, on 6 November 2021, with less than 4,000 people displaced, properties and schools destroyed, constituencies such as Keita Anglo, Keita South, South Tong, and Adan all affected. Many of the communities in the area, Jelikope, Tetekpe, are all affected. Mr. Speaker, we don't see in this budget any effort by the President and government to touch the people of Keita, that they are Ghanaians and they deserve to be helped. We know the effort the Honorable Atachia made in getting sea defense bill. Probably Keita was in your contemplation. You were not successful. Mr. Speaker, I'm again serving notice that we on this side will not support these budget policy principles until we see resource allocation to the Minister for Works and Housing, adequately assuring the people of Keita that they are Ghanaians and they deserve to be supported. Mr. Speaker, Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia, on behalf of the President, was in Sierra Leone with $1 million to donate to disaster victims. But in Keita, he has to be reminded. Mr. Speaker, let me go on. And Mr. Speaker, may I now refer you to paragraph 442 and 443, but in particular, I want to deal with paragraph 829 of the budget, which is also a matter that the minority, we are particularly concerned. Paragraph 829, Mr. Speaker, and it reads, 829, Mr. Speaker. It reads, Aka Energy can progress in the concept selection for the development of the Pecan field and is expected to submit the plan of development POD by end of 2021. Mr. Speaker, these words are worth highlighting. Parliament granted approval to GMPC to acquire 37% stake in the deep water tunnel Cape 3 Point. The rest continue, 70%, the rest continue. Answer to capture it. Mr. Speaker, Parliament never granted approval. Parliament granted approval for the Minister for Energy and Finance to negotiate and report back to Parliament. Capture the sense accurately. Let it reflect, Mr. Speaker, the resolution that was adopted by this House that fateful day, so that we know, yes, we gave you a mandate, but we did not, Somoto, approve that, walk on. You are supposed to go and negotiate with a ceiling not exceeding $1.1 billion for our purposes. Mr. Speaker, so when we see this text, when we see this text, Mr. Speaker, then we are concerned and we think that it must be rectified for the record. And I accordingly demand, Mr. Speaker, that Hansard, when it gets to the portion of this, my statement, they add the resolution that was so adopted that particular date. I'll share the date for the purpose of the record, to reflect what has been reported and what ought to have been reported. Mr. Speaker, now we were told, as part of the policy measures of this budget, that road tolls, and Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to paragraph 247, page 68, paragraph V, it reads, zero rate tolls, removal toll charges on all public roads, and reassign the current workforce collecting road tolls effective immediately the budget is approved by Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, Haruna Idrisu may not be right. The Speaker may not be right, but at least Ken Ufuriata must be right. And these are his words. Mr. Speaker, I quote, immediately the budget is approved. Yet, my colleague, the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, proceeded to issue his announcement on the cessation of road tolls in the country. Mr. Speaker, road tolls in future will be reintroduced. I'm very optimistic about it. Who pays road tolls? The rich. Therefore, you don't introduce what we call regressive taxes. Well, yes, I stand by it. Those who own vehicles, road tolls, they pay it. Yeah, trotro drivers, they pay road tolls on behalf of the owners of the cars. They pay road tolls on behalf of the owners of the cars. Mr. Speaker, road tolls. When you have a government come and pass a Public-Private Partnership Act, in these formative years, I was then Minister for Trade, and I used to work with then Minister for Finance on a public-private partnership policy which culminated in an act. In that act, you envisage that you will dualize Accra Kumasi, you will dualize Accra Kepkos, Sekendi Takoradi, you will dualize even Tamale Bolga in the foreseeable future. Mr. Speaker, nowhere in the world are road tolls zero toll. This is Ghana. And yet you make 78 million Ghana cedis. You probably could have adjusted it by 50% or 100% and make some 156 million Ghana cedis. You didn't do that. But Mr. Speaker, my colleague, Minister for Roads, you didn't get it right. You could not have said cessation. You could have said suspension. And I remind him that this is a country governed by law. And one of the cardinal principles of the rule of law is respect for the law. So the Honorable Atachi was very certain when he said, accept an administrative error, because you didn't have the mandate to cease, to call for cessation of road tolls. I say, if you don't accept Haruna, because I'm in the minority, yes. You don't accept directive of Speaker because you think he belongs to a different political party, yes. But Mr. Speaker, he must respect the words of the Finance Minister when he said, and I quote, zero rate tolls on all public roads, and these were the words, immediately the budget is approved by Parliament. Not before Parliament, not even when its policy principles have not been approved. We should not encourage a state of normlessness in our country. You have every right as government to decide that you don't want to make use of road tolls. But I'm saying, in the foreseeable future, Ghanaians will wake up to the reintroduction of tolls. And Mr. Speaker, hear his argument when he says he's suspending road tolls, that congestion, unmotorable roads also contributes to congestion. Bad, poor roads also contributes to fuel burning. Same reason, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the argument for road tolls neither here nor there. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, yesterday when my colleague, the Honorable Mahama Yerga, was contributing to the debate, he drew ministers' attention to the fees and charges. And Mr. Speaker, let me refer you back to paragraph 315, 316 of the budget again for our purposes. Mr. Speaker, when you say fees and charges, you will subject it to automatic adjustment over a 5-year using inflation as your basis. You are wrong in law and you are wrong constitutionally. That is why Article 174 imposes the mandate on Parliament as the only authority that can impose taxes. So your view of an automaticity is in breach of the power of Parliament under Article 174. Mr. Speaker, when they wake up every other day, I heard the Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah say that we should shy away from goal scoring. Why? We won't shy away from a return match. When you scored a goal and there is a return match, you must prepare for the return match. When value-added tax was introduced in this country, today we are hearing arguments. Support Nana Addo Dankwa because he wants to build infrastructure, he wants to do roads, he wants to do cyber crime. When the NDC introduced VAT, what was it to be used for? You stood in opposition, you shouted in opposition, you demonstrated in opposition, and today you call it goal scoring. It's a return match, you are reminded. Mr. Speaker, when we argue, we will compare the two administrations, Mr. Speaker. And the reason why we are opposed to e-levy and we will not support it, Mr. Speaker, there is no luckier minister than Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. Between 2017, 18, 19, 2020, 2021, Mr. Speaker, total revenue as he has got is in the region of some 300, I want to get my figures right, Mr. Speaker. Total revenue that he has benefited from, over 266 billion. So where are the hospitals, where are the roads, where are the schools, where are the projects? And in addition to this, he has borrowed more than any other finance minister under the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, let me refer to his debt numbers. I want to quote his own numbers. Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to page 50. He says, Ghana's debt, 341 billion 762.7, 58.3 million US dollars at end September 2021. Mr. Speaker, he inherited from John Mahama and the NDC a debt position of 120 billion. It means cumulatively, in addition to tax revenue of over 200 billion, he has borrowed over 220 billion and still borrowing and still counting. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not surprising that our rating, whether by Fitch or by Moody's or by Bloomberg, Ghana has been downgraded, and that our debt is unsustainable, and Ghana today is a high debt risk country. So, Minister, come. You said in opposition with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the President, you said you had superiority over management of borrowing, responsible borrowing. Mr. Speaker, the Terminal 3, which was built by John Dramani Mahama, I'm told, Ghana Airport Company, check your record, has already raked in some $6 million US dollars as returns to that investment. Prudent investment. And it was not put on the consolidated fund or on the national debt of Ghana. This was used airport taxes for purposes, amortize and deal with it. Mr. Speaker, yet we're told that NDC are pim. So today, what number would we give to it, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, what name are we to give to this particular issue? Mr. Speaker, let me now turn with respect to you to page 104, that this side of the house, we want to stand tall and strong, that we will not support President Nana Addo Dankwa to bring back to this august house and to the Ghanaian people that baby called Ejapa, Ejaboni. We won't accept it, Mr. Speaker. Ejapa. And Mr. Speaker, I will lead lucid reasoning why we should not support Ejapa. Mr. Speaker, yes, collateralization and securitization. Then this started collateralizing road fund. What has that led us to? Road contractors are not being paid. Certificates are held for 3-4 years with an unacceptable interest regime. Many of them businesses are collapsing, and you want to collateralize our mineral resources. We say no. We simply will not accept it, Mr. Speaker. We say no. Mr. Speaker, get fund. 1.5 billion has been collateralized dollars against get fund. And west of it, even when we have a minister and a governing board, you create another vehicle called Daichi. Today, if get fund rakes in 1.4 billion as they should do, because of that, 680 million of it is used to service debt. Half of it. So in 2-3 years, get fund may as well be only taking the VAT to service debt, not to complement infrastructure or the purchase of teaching and learning materials. Collateralization. Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, Ghana exit, as one of its principal architects with Minister Setekwe and the Honorable Atu-Forson to help expand exports. It is the only bank that has a legitimate, reliable source of revenue, because we said a certain CIF value, 0.50% of imports, is dedicated to Ghana exim. Rightly, I'm not disputing that. But you have borrowed against even that one. You have borrowed against even that one. Mr. Speaker, they have taken $100 million US fees facility against Ghana exim. And Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on the Minister for Finance to take immediate steps to investigate the way the monies are being given. Legitimate Ghanaian entrepreneurs. You want to develop a new culture of entrepreneurs. That new culture should not know NDC businesses and MPP businesses. It should know Ghanaian businesses who can do well, who genuinely and legitimately must be supported to grow this economy. Not a dole out to political favorites. I'll share a list with you. It will surprise you. Somebody got 16 million Ghana cedis to farm. Whether he's a farmer or not, I'm on it. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Finance, he must respect not just the Supreme Court ruling on the District Assembly Common Fund, but he must respect Article 252 of the Constitution, which requires him to transfer money in quarterly installments, not half year or next year or hope against January. Not that. The Constitution in 252 says quarterly installments. Today, there are outstanding transfers for 2018, 2019, 2020, and even 2021, amounting to about 2.6 billion. Yet you say, my idea, you have done well, the economy is doing well, when you cannot even meet your statutory obligations. And it is not just the District Assembly Common Fund, Mr. Speaker. The National Health Insurance Fund is in coma. They are surviving on a bone. What has happened to their dedicated 2.5% VAT? What has happened to the 2.5% VAT on Ghana Infrastructure Fund that you took as additional revenue? Mr. Speaker, we are told that, for instance, government in 2017 collected 178,528,000 Ghana cedis from cocoa board at export duty, but failed to disclose same. Read Auditor General Report 2017-2018 audited financial statement. So somebody must be accounting for this borrowing from Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, other issues. The district assemblies must function. We've all learned our lessons following the election of the appointment and confirmation of MMDCs. Our colleague, the Honorable Basua, we saw how he got humiliated because of a confirmation of a DC. Mr. Speaker, very soon I will stand in his stead to raise the matter of contempt of a member of parliament by those parading as security agencies and police. They must have respect for him and allow him to perform his lawful duties. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Finance, again, we are told, spent 23 billion on financial sector bailout. And he is talking about a development bank and dedicating $800 million to $1 billion to that development bank. Couldn't you have used that to improve the liquidity of ADB and NIB, which are struggling, instead of wanting to create a new financial institution? And Mr. Speaker, what is even more important about the development bank? If there is any bank in Ghana which Parliament must legislate on, is the development bank. Because of your experience of the collapse of banks, micro loans and savings company, and the consequent attendant unemployment and distress it has created for families. That is why we particularly must legislate to iron out what the mandate of the bank should be, so that when they are in infraction, we can punish them. Now, if you dedicate $800 million to $1 billion, and Mr. Speaker, even his paragraph on it, you have not made full disclosure as minister. When I add up your numbers, add $100 million. So, Mr. Minister, we need to be told on the development bank, what is it that we should expect, apart from the legislation, when you say you have $1 billion, from where? And for what purposes? Where is the money coming from? You cannot appropriate it yourself. It is wrong. My view, it is wrong. You cannot appropriate up to $1 billion to a financial institution without parliamentary appropriation. Mr. Speaker, Kromnayesh. So, Mr. Speaker, my tree is not too good, but it means that to it, the heat is on. So, Mr. Speaker, we on this side, we are also told, as I dilated on it, review of fees and charges. And Mr. Speaker, to quote the minister in paragraph 247 and paragraph 304, government will increase fees and charges on MDAs by 15% effective January. At least that one we are hopeful you come to Parliament and will do the needful. But over 29,000 entities will be affected. And 15% you can do, subject to parliamentary approval, but not by your decision of automatic review of some 15% every other year. Mr. Speaker, I believe that is not good enough. Mr. Speaker, we are told again, the Honorable Minister for Finance, in reading the budget, he did so on behalf of His Excellency Nana Adudankwa Akufo-Addo. Major policy shift. And Mr. Speaker, this administration, they accuse NDC that are going to IMF and coming back policy credibility. You are suffering from a policy psychosis, as the Honorable Atufonso said. You said about 100 billion. Where are you going to get the 100 billion from? Where? And you said 2.5 billion will be made available for Ghanaian banks to borrow. That has not happened. This was mid-year review 2021. Obatampa to replace infrastructure for poverty elevation. Smart. So that MPs will not ask for $1 million per constituency again, which ended up in the building of toilets and digging of dams. $1 million. The Honorable Katie Hammond, you should have gotten $6 million this year alone. Do you have it? Since 2017, have you received some 600? Then, Mr. Speaker, when they talk about even the e-levy, Mr. Speaker, what happens to communication service tax? What happens to communication service tax? Unemployment insurance, what happens? 100 million fund for labor and faith-based organizations for retraining and skills development. What happened a year on? Increase the cutback program by 150 million. Mr. Speaker, all of it, deception. Nothing happened. And 2 billion have not been approved. We all can go back to a paragraph in the budget. Mr. Speaker, then they spoke about Agenda 111. We demand transparency on it. How were the contracts awarded? I heard the chairman of the finance committee talk about sole sourcing. Yes, sole sourcing must be used sparingly and rarely. It should not be a rule of thumb. But Agenda 111, come clear how the contracts were awarded and whether there was value for money for Agenda 111. We need to know the location of those hospitals and what informed those allocations. Mr. Speaker, so statutory payments are suffering. GET Fund, National Health Insurance, Common Fund, criminal shit. I'm not those funds, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, when you met Togbe Afede, the president of Asogli State, and this one is for minister to take interest and work with the Minister for Lands and Forestry and the Minister for Works and Housing in the best interest of the Ghanaian public. Togbe Afede, Mr. Speaker, complained to you about the wanton dissipation of public lands in Ho and other parts of the country without even recourse or respect to the traditional rulers and traditional authorities. It's worth, and probably in my own family, Mr. Speaker, it's worth looking into and examining to protect this asset for the people of Ghana and for the future of our country. Mr. Speaker, they talk about growth. The highest growth of this economy happened under President J.A. Mills, 11.4%, sustainable inflation. What happened? There was negative growth in 2020 attributable to COVID and GDP. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. And in concluding, as I have said, the total expenditure including arrears is projected at 137.5 billion, 27.4% of the key drivers of expenditure growth include capital expenditure, flagship program, wage bill, and interest payment. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share with you for the purpose of the record why the debt of Ghana is on an unsustainable path. Mr. Speaker, the NDC in 2017, interest payment was 10.7 billion. 2017, interest payment 13.5 billion. 2018, 15.8 billion. 2020, 24.5 billion. 2021, 32 billion. And 2022 projected 37.4 billion. This, Mr. Speaker, you can look at, and then even ESLA, Mr. Speaker, have also been collateralized. I didn't say USLA, I say ESLA, Energy Sector Levies. Honourable Minister for Communication, I'm not referring to you, I'm referring to that tax instrument that the NDC and President Mahama introduced that you describe and call nuisance. ESLA, not OSLA. Mr. Speaker, today you know how much OSLA is contributing to the management of your effort at fiscal consolidation. But Mr. Speaker, what is worrying is that even that has been collateralized. So it means a law which had a sunset clause for 5 years has now been extended upwards to 9 years. That is the very reason why we will not support EJEPA. because evidence suggests that many of these securitizations have not served our people right. Mineral resources contribute about 4% to our gross national product. In terms of tax revenue, very, very significant. So, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I can only agree with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia on 31st August 2020 when he said, don't tax Momo. Don't tax Momo. So, don't tax Momo. And his argument with that, it affects ordinary poor people. He is right. And I share his thoughts on this particular matter. So, Minister, you probably will consider withdrawing it. But, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude with some evidence. When you look at remittances, you want to tax it. Bank charges, you want to tax it. Inward remittances alone will reach about 3.6 billion, equivalent to 2.5% of GDP. And you want to subject it to a tax? That's why I said that it's not a prudent thing to do, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance presented his budget statement. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, with those highlights. That e-levy, 6.7 billion out or added to your fiscal deficit. You can proceed with the other policy principles of the budget minus e-levy. Improve the construction of the paragraph on EJAPA. Improve the construction of the paragraph on fees and charges, limiting it to your mandate as Minister of Finance and not attempting any effort to usurp the mandate of Parliament under Article 174 of the Constitution. Fees and charges, Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian people are suffering. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, you said you start to take over from NAPCO. It is in your paragraph. Let the opportunities benefit every other Ghanaian. The other day, the Honorable Alassane Suhene asked the Minister for Youth and Sports about Astro Tests in Ghana. Go and look at the locations and go and look at the distribution, one-sided. And you say you are developing Ghana for Ghana and you are developing the youth for Ghana, when a particular section of the Ghanaian population is denied. Mr. Speaker, 1D1F. Look at the statement by the Minister. Upper West Region, less than 10. Upper East Region, less than 10. Greater Accra Region, 76. 1D, 1F. One district, one factory. There are many districts in the Upper East Region, many districts in the Upper West Region. Mr. Speaker, we should begin to make a careful study. Ashanti, Brohafu region. I particularly think that cashew and poultry, we should dedicate its development to the Brohafu region as it was standard, and identify entrepreneurs in that area, encourage and support them to do it as their 1D, 1F, but not the distribution you are doing and concentrating them in the Greater Accra region. Mr. Speaker, in this budget statement, we are told that even though 1D, 1F have happened, we cannot trace how that has contributed to addressing unemployment, neither can we trace how that has contributed to growth. That is why it's welcoming when you said that there will be a tax exemption regime. So, Mr. Speaker, Parliament, Mr. Speaker, you requested for a budget of 1.7 billion. Realistically, I think that is on the high side, Mr. Speaker. But Parliament deserves to be adequately funded. And Mr. Speaker, I know your quest is to allow for 2% of GDP to go to the other co-equal organs of state. So Parliament, if your compensation is 350 million, CAPEX 350 million, goods and services 300, that gives you 1 billion, Mr. Speaker. But the Honorable Minister for Finance has only allocated 510 million for Parliament. Woefully inadequate, Mr. Speaker. It's part of the reason why we think that this is budget. should not be endorsed, and we will not shout yeah to endorse it. So, Mr. Speaker, on this don't tax momo, punishing the same known taxpayers yet again who use mobile money accounts, it is a blanket tax on everything electronic, from taxing a person who has already paid tax on his income for moving that same money from one account to the other when there is no spending except bank charges to pay for credit. What has happened to CST? So, Mr. Speaker, we on this side, Mr. Speaker, as I told you yesterday, I intend to invoke Article 104 of the Constitution. We want to stand united, collectively, that we are against the introduction of e-levy on electronic payments and electronic transactions. And we will not support this budget if that is not withdrawn for revision and for further discussion with stakeholders. We will not. We must be assured that the people of Keta who suffer the tidal waves, Ketu South and many other areas will be accounted for in the budget of the Ministry of Works and Housing. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I can only thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion and to urge my side to stand united collectively in rejecting this budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Don't tax momo! Don't tax momo! Don't tax momo! Don't tax momo!
Honorable members, the minority leader has used 42 minutes 07 seconds. We will now give the opportunity to the Minister for Finance, after hearing the position of the minority in response to his budget statement, whether he has any prayer as indicated by the majority leader. Then after that, I give opportunity to the majority leader. Yes, Minister for Finance. Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's the reason why I indicated at the very outset that given the sequencing of events, if the finances request could be acceded to, then the engagement could be had before the two of us came in. Now that we have listened to the minority leader, crystallize the position of the minority, I think it can only be fair if I came in with the position of the majority, and thereafter he will come in with its prayer. But to say that he should come in first, it's the reason why I was cautioning that either you allow him to come in with his prayer first, or if you allow the minority leader, then necessarily us will come after the minority leader. So, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't lie. The prayer is to the Speaker and not to Leland Vanderpump. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm listening to you.
The request of the majority leader is for us to vary the sequence as initially indicated by allowing him to also submit the position of the majority. Then after that, we listen to the prayer of the Minister for Finance. I have no problem with that. We can listen to the majority leader, then after that, allow the Minister for Finance. Majority Leader, it's your turn.
Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to conclude the debates on the budget statement and economic policy.
May we listen to the Majority Leader in silence.
Mr. Speaker, let me pray my colleagues to grant me space to make my contribution because of my physical constitution. Mr. Speaker said, thank you for the opportunity to conclude the debate on the budget statement and economic policy of government of Ghana for the 2022 financial year, which was presented to this House on Wednesday, November 17th, 2021, by the substantive minister responsible for finance.
Majority Leader, just a minute. It looks like you are not audible. We may have to look at your...
The Speaker, is it better now? Thank you very much.
Please, Jethro, kindly assist the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to relate to what you know. The Minority Leader, beginning his contribution, referred to a petition that he and I were to receive from the demonstrators under the auspices of Fix the Country. Mr. Speaker, we never received any petition. When we went there, we never received any petition. They said they were going to meet us and submit their petition. The leader said he was bringing 5 more of their leadership to present the petition for onward relay to you. The Speaker, we gave them the opportunity. When they retreated, there was confusion among themselves. They came back to indicate to us that they rather that we accepted 10 of them to present the petition to us. The Speaker, when we gave them the opportunity to come with 10 people, it ended up in confusion such that the petition they were holding, they shredded them into pieces. No petition was presented to us. And that is why I'm surprised that the Minority Leader is saying that the petition was about the e-levy withdrawal. Yes, that's what we said. So it would then appear to me that, Mr. Speaker, he was part of composing the petition that the Fix the Country people wanted to present to us. Other than that, a petition that was not presented to us, and you and I were together to receive it. It never came to us. It was shredded into pieces, and you came to Parliament, you are saying that it was about e-levy withdrawal. How did you know, Mr. Octopus Paul? You got to know this, Mr. Speaker, but the leader is telling us today that Kromoyeshi. Mr. Speaker, said Kromoyeshi, and then a Kromoyeshi. Mr. Speaker, they are telling us that Kromoyeshi, because of the proposal to introduce new taxes. And our new taxes of today. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, you introduced direct taxes, and I want to quote from your 2014 budget. The Speaker, you increased the withholding tax rate on commercial rent from 8% to 15%. That was 2014 in your budget. Mr. Speaker, you undertook transfer pricing audits to reduce transfer pricing abuse. That was you. You increased the withholding tax rate on management and technical service fees from 15% to 20%. And then Mr. Speaker, they expanded the scope of capital gains tax to cover petroleum operations. 2014. You reintroduced the windfall tax bill here in Parliament. 2014. Government, Mr. Speaker, you introduced a special import levy. Speaker, then in the indirect taxes, 2.5% increase in VAT rate to be allocated to infrastructure funds. That was under NDC 2014. And then the commercial. Mr. Speaker, you introduced special electronic point of sale device scheme. You introduced tax stamps on selected excisable products. You changed the basis of petroleum excise duty from specific to ad valorem, and you increase the growth fund levy, the basic, from 10% to 1 cedi, 900% increase overnight. And then the commercial. Mr. Speaker, people should be honest with themselves. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the direct taxes that you introduced, you increased the minimum income tax rate for free zones entities from 8% to 15%. 2015. Extension of 5% national fiscal stabilization levy beyond. Speaker, 2015. You increased the withholding tax rate on directors' remuneration from 10% to 20%. 2015. You increased excise duty on tobacco from 150 to 175%. 2015. And then the commercial. Mr. Speaker, reversal of excise tax on petroleum from volume to specific with intention of maximizing tax revenue from petroleum products regardless of shocks from the global environment. That's 2015. And VAT for free-based financial services was introduced in 2015. 5% VAT on commercial real estate, again under your watch in 2015. And then the commercial amount. You are the deputy minister. Mr. Speaker, you extended special import levy of 1 to 2%. Mr. Speaker, you introduced indirect taxes. You introduced 5% flat rate on real tax, on real estate. You amended the National Health Insurance Act to fully align the schedules to the VAT Act 2013, Act 870. That was in 2015. Mr. Speaker, then you abolished VAT relief purchase order in granting of tax reliefs. That was 2015. Mr. Speaker, you imposed special petroleum tax of 17.5%. Mr. Speaker, 2015 for the people. What is being done is for foreigners. They are not for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, people should be honest with themselves. Mr. Speaker, you continue the enforcement of the 1 to 2% special import levy up to 2017. That's just before you left. And you introduced taxes on cutlasses. Machetes, you introduced it under your watch. You introduced taxes on condoms. You did condoms to aid family planning. You did. To prevent AIDS, which was going to impact on our health financing. You did. And then the commercial anymore. Mr. Speaker, 2016, you implemented Income Tax Act, the full rollout of excise tax stamp project. The maximum tax rate for free zones were increased from 8 to 25%. 2016. Mr. Speaker, Then you implemented measures that we said were going to address revenue leakages. You ended up imposing additional taxes. Mr. Speaker, then there was the reimposition of excise duty on cider beer. And I know you are a fan of cider beer. Mr. Speaker, then you repealed income tax and VAT threshold bans, all in 2016. And then, I don't go, and then thou shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Mr. Speaker, so 2017, the budget, we abolished the 1% special import levy that we introduced. We abolished the 17% VAT NHIL on financial services. That was under Akufo-Addo. We abolished the 17.5% VAT NHIL on selected imported medicines that are not produced locally. That was under Akufo-Addo. We initiated steps to remove import duties on raw materials and machinery for production within the context of ECOWAS common external tariff protocol. These were done under Akufo-Addo. At your time, they existed. Mr. Speaker, we abolished the 17% VAT NHIL on domestic airline tickets. We abolished the 5% VAT NHIL on real estate sales. We abolished excise duty on petroleum, reduced special petroleum tax rate from 17% to 15%. We abolished duty on importation of spare parts. Speaker, we abolished levies imposed on Kayaye by local authorities. We abolished levies imposed on religious institutions by local authorities. We exempted from taxation the gains from realization of securities listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange and publicly held securities approved by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Then we reduced the National Identification Scheme levy from 5% to 3%. Mr. Speaker, we replaced the 17.5% VAT NHIL rate with a flat rate of 3% for traders, and we implemented tax credits and other incentives for businesses that hire young graduates. Mr. Speaker, these were the reliefs initiated and indeed passed into law under the Akufo-Addo regime. And I think that if we must be honest with ourselves, the Chroma Asia, it began with your era. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, as I said, the minister came with a budget and he responded to the realities of the 2016 after 8 years of the NDC administration. Mr. Speaker, the minister did not mince words because it is said that if you do not know where you came from, you will not be able to make progress moving ahead. It's the reason why the minister related to the situation that he met in 2016. And Mr. Speaker, he said, and I quote, when they inherited, the economy was in a very bad shape, suffocating under a misweight of debts, arrears, very high cost of living, high youth unemployment, and the worst growth rate since 1994. That is the worst growth rate in 26 years. The Speaker, that was in 2016. If we went back before the COVID, the most shambolic GDP growth rate was witnessed in 2014, 2.2%. It was the worst GDP growth rate in 32 years. And that was under President Mahama. You have courage to applaud that. Today, Mr. Speaker, this time around, the COVID situation, you all know, the COVID situation is unprecedented and it's not only affected Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the facts of the matter is that it was not due to mismanagement as happened. Mr. Speaker, we all know the realities. The rising global inflation occasioned by the COVID circumstances, disruption of supply chains, rising cost of shipment, the unstable financial markets, which is making borrowing high risk and borrowing coming at high cost. These realities are known by our colleagues, but conveniently, they avoided these home truths. Or is it the case that anybody from amongst them will rise to challenge these home truths? Mr. Speaker, these are some of the rampaging effects of COVID-19 that we all do know. That families in Ghana lost loved ones, private school teachers lost income for 12 months, business owners lost considerable income, many thousands of hospitality and tourism sector workers were laid off. Mr. Speaker, we all do know Kempinski is a flagship hotel in this country. Before COVID, they employed 360 people. In the COVID year, they had to lay out 300 of the 360 and retain only 60. That was the extent of the devastation of COVID. The Speaker, so for anybody to elect to gloss over these realities and come to criticize government for mismanagement, the person is not owning up to himself or herself. Is not owning up to realities. Mr. Speaker, we know food security was even threatened. There was great slump in businesses, especially those built around traditional and other social banks, and unemployment worsened. Industry slumped, productivity generally downsized, and the economy got severely punched. My colleagues would admit to these hard facts. Yet, as I said, conveniently, they elected not to proceed from this angle. Mr. Speaker, in response to the battering of the economy, government took measures to protect life and property. Some 4.78 million were provided with hot meals. 470,000 families were given food packages. 36.8 million Ghana cedis in tax exemptions were granted to frontline staff. 10 million households were provided with free water. 38,000 nurses were employed to offer critical support. 4.78 million households were provided with free electricity. The Speaker, 11 million staff and students were supplied with PPEs. All these came at a cost. The Speaker, not a single worker in the public sector lost their job, and all of them who worked in the public sector were paid their full remunerations at the end of each month. The Speaker, 303,000 beneficiaries received financial assistance from the MBSSI amounting to over 523 million Ghana cedis. These are the hard realities. The Speaker, these are the hard realities of the COVID-19 economic environment. And it's important to flash back. It is important to flash back to avert our minds to the performance of the economy before the COVID-19 descended on Ghana. Growth in agriculture was declining. Under the watch of the NDC, in 2016, agriculture grew by 2.9%. 2.9%. By 2019, it had increased to 4.6%. The Speaker, crops grew at 2.2% 2016. By 2019, it had grown to 5.3%. Cocoa, which grew at negative 7.0% in 2016, by 2019 had grown at 5.4%. Industry, the growth in industry was abysmal in 2016, 4.3%. Under the NPP, it grew in 2017 to 15.7%, 10.6% in 2018, and by 2019, 6.4%. These are the hard realities of life and of our national development. The Speaker, mining and quarry that grew at only 0.2% in 2016 grew by 12.6% in 2019 before the COVID. Oil and gas, which grew at negative 15.6% in 2016, you agree with me, has grown to 15.1% in 2019. These are the hard realities. These are the hard realities. Mr. Speaker, electricity under your watch grew at negative 5.8%. By 2019, it had grown to 6.0%. Water and sewage, negative 11.8%. Mr. Speaker, these are the hard realities. That is why you lost. Dr. Rashid, can you speak to the mic? That is why. Be bold and courageous. That's why you lost. Thank you for owning up. At least you are one sincere soul. Mr. Speaker, inflation, all the indices of economic growth under NDC, under President John Dramani Mahama and Akufo-Addo, there's a world of difference. There's a world of difference. Inflation, the banking sector, rising at 91-day treasury bills, fiscal deficit, and on the external front, every trade deficit, and the Speaker, gross international reserves. They all attest to what better job the Akufo-Addo government has been doing. And Mr. Speaker, even today, in spite of the COVID, the gross international reserves accumulated under this government is unprecedented in the. And the Speaker, the other day I heard one of my colleagues to the ECOWAS convergence. The Honorable Okujeto was referring to convergence criteria. Please check your facts. When we had criteria, that is 4 primary and 6 secondary, there was not an occasion that we scored 5 out of 10. Under Mills Mahama, the best was 4 out of 10. And when they synchronized under President Mahama, your best was 2 out of 6. Your best was 2 out of 6. You have the courage to talk about convergence criteria. The annus horribilis of this government is last year. And yet we met 3 out of 6 of the criteria. So our worst, our annus horribilis is better than your best performance. You should swallow the bitter pill and own up to truthfulness. Truthfulness will not kill you. I'm not going to know, truthfulness will not kill you. Mr. Speaker, there is something called truthfulness. And you don't manufacture facts. You don't manufacture facts. Mr. Speaker, support for industry and entrepreneurship. 181 companies at the beginning of 2020 have benefited under the 1D, 1F. Mr. Speaker, as of now, as the Minister recounted to us in July, 106 have started production and 81 are still in the works. Again, surprisingly, we had a member rise up to say that the figures that the Minister of Trade and Industry came to give were him. They were all proposed employment opportunities, and that, by extension, nobody is benefiting from the rollout of the 1D, 1F. How insincere can we be? How insincere can we be on that? Mr. Speaker, 20,000 students have, by the beginning of 2020, been trained under the Student Entrepreneurship Initiative. 100 disabled women have been empowered to start their own businesses. Mr. Speaker, 19,500 startup businesses have received training support under the Government Entrepreneurship Program. Mr. Speaker, IPEC programs. We do recollect that 307 ambulances to each constituency and all regional teaching hospitals were purchased. 200 dams have been completed and 560 additional dams were under construction at the beginning of 2020 before the advent of the COVID. The Speaker, 50 prefabricated grain warehouses have been constructed by the end of 2019 to reduce post-harvest losses. And yet people say that we are not seeing anything under the Akufo-Addo administration. These are matters. Christ Jesus it was who said in his parables that those who have eyes to see, let them see. Those who have ears to hear, let them hear. Come in. If you have eyes to see, you will see. If you have ears to hear, you will hear. Mr. Speaker, clearly the country was on the course of even greater achievement in 2020 predicated on one, the expanded domestic revenue mobilization, the business regulatory reforms, intensified drive for foreign direct investment, enhanced financial support to local enterprises, the digitization program, the accelerated infrastructure development, especially roads, hospitals, and educational facilities, and science and technology drive. Mr. Speaker, all these were being undertaken. And then from nowhere, we had the COVID invasion. Mr. Speaker, the COVID invasion, in my view, can be likened to the force majeure that this country experienced in 1982-83, the drought and the wild bushfires. It is not the self-inflicted doomsday. It is not. And the growth out of this is phenomenal. Mr. Speaker, it is important to come to grips with the impact of the COVID-19 on ECOWAS countries. Mr. Speaker, the ECOWAS region's average annual GDP growth in 2020 was negative 2.5%. Ghana, thankfully, did not register a sub-zero growth rate. Ghana kept its head above water at the time the world economy came under recession. Only 4 countries in the sub-region did better than Ghana 20. Nigeria registered negative 4.3% GDP, Liberia negative 3.0, Sierra Leone negative 3.1, Gambia negative 1.8, Cape Verde negative 6.8%, Togo 0.0%, Mali negative 2.0%, Guinea-Bissau negative 2.9, Burkina Faso negative 2.2, Senegal 0.7%. The countries that did better than Ghana are Cote d'Ivoire 1.8%, Guinea 1.4%, Benin 2%, and Niger 0.5%. These countries, Mr. Speaker, these countries did better than Ghana in the 16-nation ECOWAS region. But none of these countries that did better than us, Mr. Speaker, went to the extent Ghana did to mitigating the impact of COVID-19 on the economy and on the people, like providing hot meals. Some of them did that. Mr. Speaker, the uncooked meals that were provided, providing free water and electricity, providing business support as Ghana did. Not one of them did that. That is why they were able to do better than Ghana. Speak to the truth. The truth shall set you free. Mr. Speaker, it is important to state that all these West African countries were registering in the region real growth rates in the positive before the advent of the COVID. Whereas Ghana grew by 6.5% in 2019, Cote d'Ivoire grew by 6.5%, Senegal 5.3%, Guinea 5.6%, Burkina Faso 5.7%, Benin 6.9%, Guinea-Bissau 4.5%, Mali 5.1%, Niger 5.9%, Togo 5.3%, Cape Verde 5.7%, Ghana 6.1%, Sierra Leone 5.1%, Nigeria 2.2%. So Ghana, like all these, were on a very smooth trajectory until COVID-19 struck. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we must speak to, and not just look into the air and manufacture or engage in conjectures. It will not help us. Mr. Speaker, so we compare it to 2014, 2015, and 2016 period, and we realize that average growth rate in West Africa was 5%. 2014, 2015, 2016, it was 5%. And yet we were growing 2.2% in Ghana and 3.4% in Ghana under your watch. Under your watch. You must do serious introspection to realize that your management of the economy was most abysmal and most incompetent. Mr. Speaker, until the COVID, this administration was expanding the economy between 16% and 17% annually. The Speaker, resultantly, revenue available to government expanded by as much. In 2020, the GDP was targeted to grow about 420 billion. And for 2021, it was projected to expand further to 450 billion Ghana cedis. The Speaker, it shrunk. It did not reach there because of COVID. So, Mr. Speaker, you see, in that regard, if you expanded that much and borrowed, it meant both nominator and denominator expanded. So the debt to GDP was manageable. The Speaker, this is basic economics. The debt to GDP did not increase that much. That is at the time. When COVID struck, the economy, on the contrary, expenditure escalated to provide for the effect of the force majeure. And this should mean that the country's debt to GDP will balloon, as we are seeing, because the denominator shrank while the denominator expanded. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason. That is the reason. Mr. Speaker, and people are talking about a compare, that when you exited, the total debt stock was 120 billion Ghana cedis. Today, it's in the region of 341 billion Ghana cedis. That is so. But you see, Mr. Speaker, what they are not even relating to, when you inherited, the total debt stock was 9.6 billion. At the time you were leaving, that climbed up to 120. That's string out from all the years, because when you came, the cedi to dollar exchange rate was 1.1 to 1. When you string out, according to the months and years, the total debt stock that you added in dollar terms was $47 billion. Today, check, Mr. Speaker, when you string out, it comes to about $33 billion. That is what you understand. Don't mislead Ghanaians. Do it in nominal dollar terms and come to the reality. So, next. You can be appealing to those people in the streets. Oh, that has gone up. Speak to the truth. The truth shall set you free. Mr. Speaker, so when you listen to some of these things, where some people have come from, whether from another planet, governs, whether they are coming from Neptune or Jupiter, we are in Ghana. Speak to the Ghanaian situation. But you omit to speak to the truth. That's why you are able to pollute the environment. Mr. Speaker, I think some of my colleagues should be cited for environmental pollution. Because they are polluting. Mr. Speaker, they are polluting Ghanaians with half-baked truths. Mr. Speaker, so let's come to the home truth. Mr. Speaker, Rihanna Ushirapur is talking about climate change. He was the one who started the financial environment debate. Mr. Speaker, so government is not shying away from its responsibility. Government is not shying away from its responsibility. And indeed, government is introducing strategic interventions because we know. And yesterday, my colleague, himself a former deputy minister for roads and highways, was talking about the fact that the last road audit in this country was done in 2016. So when we say that the current road network is in the region of 78,000 kilometers, the 78,000 kilometers got yielded in 2016. How untrue can that be? Mr. Speaker, when we conduct population census, we do so every 10 years. There is a scientific basis to project the year after the census, or 2 years after the census, so and so forth, until we have another census year. They are all based on projections. Yes, it's true that what was done in 2016. What came out was that it was 73,000 kilometers. And your minister, Yama Hussein Yunusa, was in this house to admit to it. Why are you manufacturing figures? Mr. Speaker, from where are you manufacturing these figures? Mr. Speaker, it is true that since independence until Kufuor's time, the total road network was 39,000. Kufuor, it was who increased it from 39,000 to 69,000. The truth of the matter is that there were not 30,000 newly constructed roads. There were a lot of feeder roads that were not in the system, that were brought into mainstream for purposes of maintenance. That was how come the road network increased from 39,000 to 69,000. When the NDC assumed the reins of power, they increased the road network from 69,000 to 73,000, an addition of 4,000 kilometers. What it means is that on a yearly basis, they were increasing by 500 kilometers. And that's commendable. It is something. Today, under Kufuor, it's grown from 73,000 to, as we speak today, almost 79,000. That was what the chairman of the committee related to. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that between 20 years, the total road network has doubled. We need to maintain them. We need to maintain them. We need to service them. Mr. Speaker, it is this extraordinary ballooning of the road network which is causing the current state of affairs, where every Friday members are coming in to request the status of road construction in their constituencies. We need to maintain them, and those that we have started to complete them. And we must admit that there's a lot of arrears to road contractors. It's because of what has happened within 20 years. Doubling the roads. Some of the roads exist in Asawasi. In Asawasi, some of the roads are there. Some of the roads are in Swami, I must admit. Some of the roads are in Swami. Some of the roads are, I guess, some. New Lingo. Mr. Speaker, Tamale Central. There are some of the roads there. Mr. Speaker, so we must admit to the reality. Mr. Speaker, so the point being made is that we need money, we need resources to develop these roads. It's the reason why, it's one of the reasons why the ministry is introducing the e-levy. Mr. Speaker, colleagues have spoken to the ballooning of the public debt, and they indicate since 2 years, government must be ingenious and look within to mobilize resources. Today, government comes with the e-levy, and we are changing the goalpost to say that we should not go that way. Reverend Adengo, did I hear you say that we should go and farm? You are saying Yenfa. I hear you. So we have made up our minds, don't convince us with facts. Mr. Speaker, so you see what mountain that as a nation we have to climb. Your people need roads. Your people need water. Your people need electricity. Your people need health facilities. And we are benchmarking lots of this on the yields of the e-levy. And yet we are saying that don't go there. We don't allow you to go there. In the same manner, we also resist any government borrowing from outside. So where should we have money to develop this country? How should we develop this country? Mr. Speaker, that is why I talk about congruence of truthfulness and being courageous to admit to the truth. And Mr. Speaker, somebody was saying that when we are talking about unveiling about 106 factories that are giving employment, you often hear my colleagues relate to one flagship project, the Commander Sugar Factory. Mr. Speaker, without doubt, the Commander Sugar Factory had real good intentions. And let's face it, was it a feasible project at the very outset? Mr. Speaker, let us interrogate this. Now, the land acreage that was used to produce the cane sugar at Commander, what is remaining is about 25% of the land. The outgrown lands have gone into oil palm production. It's not there. Mr. Speaker, at Commander, they used to generate raw water from Biposo to come and irrigate the lands, the cane sugar lands. Mr. Speaker, the water in the Pra have gone. No thanks to Galamsey. Where in the world do you use treated and purified water to irrigate agricultural lands? Where do you have that? If you did that, it will add to the cost of production and not make it feasible. Mr. Speaker, so we should really interrogate it. It's not based on sentiments. Let's relate to these matters. I know it's dear to some of our colleagues and to, in fact, all of us. But let's interrogate the economics of it to see whether it is possible to go on with this project. Mr. Speaker, as a nation that is showing so much promise, certainly this country will attract envy and enemies. And that is why I'm happy that the minister gave some account on the urgent need to retool the security and intelligence services. I heard my colleague, the Honorable Agaga, relate to the fact that the retooling of the security services started not yesterday or is not starting today. They've been with us since the era of Mills and Mahama. Mr. Speaker, that is true. Every year, some allocation is made to them to provide some accoutrements for the service persons. But James, you agree that the level of security threat just 4 years ago in this country is not like what obtains now. Please, you must admit to this fact. So why don't you want to relate to the current situation? You should not politicize these matters. Security, Mr. Speaker, we need to really engage in what we should call real retooling and retrofitting of our security forces. Otherwise, we may be overtaken by events. And that is why, when we met, all of us agreed that fundamentally we require not less than $2 billion if we really want to retool the security services. The minister is saying that it's difficult to mobilize their resources. Let them do prioritization, which is why we are now looking at about $1.2 billion to retool the security services to protect the security and stability of this country. So, James, don't just relate to yesterday's events and pretend that nothing serious is happening. Let's come together on this. Mr. Speaker, so we are as a nation in serious and dire straits. I think this is the time for us to come together and show our Ghanaians, be together to protect the country as one big whole. Mr. Speaker, I agree that there are some areas that we may have to look at. In particular, the allocations to Parliament and the judiciary. I think we need to interrogate this. But we should also understand that never in the history of this country has Parliament had it better than we have had under Akufo-Addo. Never. And yet, I do recognize that there is space to do better than the minister has done. Mr. Speaker, there are matters that did not find concrete expression in the budget. The other one that was raised by the Honorable Okujeto, that is in respect of the Blekusu Sea Defense War. I agree. And that is why I wanted us to listen to the minister as to how we're going to move on that. Because I think that something immediate must be done. If it is possible to have it captured in the budget, as the ceilings have been given, how is he going to do it? And I thought that that engagement with the various caucuses, the leadership, perhaps would have produced that result. And then we could have spoken to it. But Mr. Speaker, we are not oblivious of the fact, that what began as Ketasi Defense War, initiated by Rawlings, given those days to Atawushi Ansa, only 11 million was given to the victims of those houses that have been destroyed. At that time, over 103, only 11 million was given to them. It was at the instance of the minority at the time, I would say, edified so much by Professor Mausidake. We took this matter up for Rawlings to revise his notes and increase the allocation from 11 million to 96 million. If the minority at the time had not been insistent, that thing wouldn't have happened. Mr. Speaker, that is the now situation is that the minister should listen to what issues that have been raised and possibly factor the concerns of the sea defense at Lekuso into the budget. How is he going to do that? The Speaker will plead with him to do that. I also agree with the minority leader that the resolution of this House, the approval that was given to the Minister of Energy through GMPC in respect of Eka Energy is not being properly captured. It's not the language that was used in the resolution. We need to look at that. We need to look at that. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Adongo is giving me 10%. I'm struggling to give him 0.1%. I'm not. So if he gives me 10%, I believe it's a good beginning. Mr. Speaker, the issue about Ajapa, which was withdrawn by the minister, they said to do further consultation. Mr. Speaker, I'm not too much aware that those consultations have taken place. So again, we appeal to the minister, if it's possible, to do something about the Ajapa. But he is here. I believe he will respond to that. Mr. Speaker, as for the e-levy, I believe we should know that it is the cornerstone of this budget. I don't know, fellas. You are asking for roads in your backyard. Where are you going to get the money to do the roads? Or should we tell your people that you don't want your roads to be done for you? Or are you saying that you have enough roads in your constituency, you don't need roads? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If that is your clarion call. But Mr. Speaker, I think that all of us, to the fact that Ghana is moving in the right direction, we should all rally behind the minister. And as the minister is saying, the Speaker, when we had a meeting, he gave a strong indication that in all his years as the finance minister, he's always had the entire House, in spite of some criticisms of some strands contained in the budget, he's always had consensus about him for the approval of the budget. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would want to appeal that the minister is granted space to do this further consultation, maybe for a brief while. Let's see what he can do, what surgery he can do to the budget, and then we will come to take the vote on the policy and principle of the budget. But, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I believe the future of this country is bright. It's bright in the hands of the MPP. As I see the profuse nodding of head of the Honorable Ablakwa, your head will never be lost on the radar. So you are not being profuse. I know that the country is in bright hands whenever it goes into the hands of the NPP. It dims and plunges into darkness, literally into doomsday in the hands of the NDC. Yes, we can. By what I've said, governance is not about propaganda. It is about facts and figures. Governance is about facts and figures. The facts and figures speak for themselves. The Speaker, and I believe, as I've always said, that Ghanaians are very discerning. When the harvest time dawns, they know how to sift wheat from other produces. They know where their bread is buttered. They know under which regime this country grows in leaps and bounds. Mr. Speaker, God should bless our homeland Ghana and make the people bold and strong and thrive in a resilient economy that only the MPP offers. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honorable members, the majority leader has used 49 minutes, 11 seconds. Majority leader, yes. I think it's now time to listen to the prayer of the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much indeed for this opportunity to be here with my prayer to you. Mr. Speaker, in listening to both the majority and the minority, it is clear that there are deep divisions in where we want to go as a nation. Mr. Speaker, in the 5 budgets that we brought for the year, we have, as a House and as a nation, been able to put a budget to the people of Ghana by consensus. And Mr. Speaker, this is very important as we look to the unity of the country. I have heard the passion with which the minority leader engaged us, and I've also listened throughout the past 10 days what have been said in the media. We've also equally heard what we the majority have also believed in. Mr. Speaker, we are at a crucial point in our history in which the President has proposed the establishment of a sustainable entrepreneurial nation, ensuring that during that process we shall, Mr. Speaker, have fiscal consolidation and job creation. So, Mr. Speaker, there are 3 main things that we are trying to tackle: the issue of debt, the issue of employment, and the issue of infrastructure through gathering revenues. And revenues, Mr. Speaker, has been illustrated, we are way behind our peers. My prayer to you, Mr. Speaker, is to enable me to engage with the minority, extended caucus, leadership, and also with the majority before the question is put to vote. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we leave this House, this budget, a people with one language, Mr. Speaker, we must recognize the times that we are in, Mr. Speaker. And like the sons of Issachar in 1 Chronicles, we have to understand our times and to know what we must do as a nation. We must, Mr. Speaker, speak one language so that nothing will be restrained from us as a country. Mr. Speaker, this is going to require some burden sharing on all of our parts, and therefore the big elephant in the room is the one on E-levy. Mr. Speaker, this is an important and critical introduction, and I'm sure we can work on it in committee level to make it more efficient. But we cannot be afraid of it. We have nothing to fear but fear itself if we don't make a decision. So I implore you, Mr. Speaker, that you give me the opportunity to further engage our people and the minority, as Ghanaians always do, so that we'll go forth in tandem together with language. We are a united country. We are a unique country. We must protect that sociology. Mr. Speaker, I beg for that prayer to be agreed to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, as a House, we have always put across to the executive that it is important during the process of the preparation of the budget to engage Parliament earlier. So in 2009, as the majority leader, I led the House to prepare even a draft bill so that Parliament could be engaged earlier on in the preparation of the budget. Because as representatives of the people, we need to make inputs at that level and make sure that the policy priorities of the country, particularly looking at our development paradigm, are complied with. The budget is usually prepared and then thrust on Parliament about a month to the end of the year, and we are asked to process and pass it. This is the stage we have got to. After the debate, after the winding up, the minister has put across a prayer. Now, the prayer is not even to consult the whole House, but leadership. For me, we passed that stage. I'm prepared to put the question for you to decide whether we should accept the prayer of the Speaker. I don't decide for the House. Now, whatever decision you take, then we can move on to the question on the budget policy and principles. Then from there, the estimates will come for your consideration. Honorable members, the question is, yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, you said the debate is ended. You are going to put a question. We are not very clear what the question is going to be on. Is it on the request of the minister or for the approval of the budget? We didn't get that clear. We'll be careful if Mr. Speaker will reiterate what the question is going to be, so that we are very clear before we respond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
But if the question is not put, how can you be clear about the question? When I put the question, you'll be clear about the question. Those in favor of us granting the prayer of the minister for the House to give him the opportunity to engage further with the leaders, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I think the noes have it. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader. Deputy Majority Leader, you now have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, your ruling, in my opinion, does not reflect the voice votes. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, I shall contend that under Order 113 of our rules, the decision should, Mr. Speaker, be subjected to a division, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in terms, as per my application, and Mr. Speaker, fortified by the Proceedings
Mr. Speaker, I shall humbly pray you to consider the application in terms of the rules as relied on. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the ruling of the Speaker has been challenged under Order 113. Order 1131 says, when the question has been put by Mr. Speaker at the conclusion of the debate, the votes shall be taken by voices aye and no, provided that Mr. Speaker may, in his discretion, instead of declaring the result on the voice vote, call for a head count. 2, a member may call for head count or division if the opinion of Mr. Speaker on the voice vote is challenged. So the Deputy Majority Leader is right in his submission. He has challenged my decision and he's not asked for head count. He's called for division. The procedure for division is in Order 114. In the case of division, Order 1141, in the case of division, Mr. Speaker shall direct that the lobbies be cleared, and upon such direction being given, the division bells shall be rung for 1 minute. After a lapse of 2 minutes from this direction, he shall put the question, and Mr. Speaker shall declare whether in his opinion the ayes or noes have it. If his opinion is again opposed, he shall announce the names of 2 tellers for the ayes and 2 for the noes, and shall direct a division be held. 2, the names of members voting in the division in the House shall be recorded by division clerks immediately before members pass out from the ayes and noes lobbies. They shall be counted by the tellers as they pass out of the lobby doors. 3, the tellers shall, at the conclusion of voting, come to the table and give the figures to the clerk, who shall write them on the appropriate form. The clerk shall then report these numbers to Mr. Speaker, who shall announce them to the House and declare the result of the division. If the tellers disagree, the clerk shall report the fact to Mr. Speaker, who shall thereupon direct that another division be held. For members who are incapacitated by some physical infirmity from passing through the lobbies shall, upon reporting their incapacity to Mr. Speaker through the clerk, be counted and recorded accordingly in the House. If a member states that he voted in error or that his vote was counted wrongly, he may, immediately after Mr. Speaker has announced the figures and before he declares the result of division, claimed to have his vote correctly recorded. 6. If the numbers in the division are equal, the motion shall be considered lost. That is the procedure with division. Now, this house, which is an improvised chamber, really don't have, we have to make do. But what I know as lobbies are not what we have here. But usually we make do with this behind the speaker's curtain wall. That is what we use. Those are not lobbies, but we have done it before. And so we will start, because you opted for a division, not a head count. That is a lengthy process, but Mr. Speaker has prepared to preside till any time. But the decision must be taken today, not any other day, today. So I direct Honorable, I direct that the lobbies be cleared. That is the first. Table office, clear the lobbies.
Ministers that are not MPs should go.
Honorable members, direct further that the division bells be rung. Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you clear the lobby, it's about time to vote. Mr. Speaker, as we are very conversant, ministers who are not members of parliament can participate in all activity except voting. Mr. Speaker, since it's time for voting, it is only proper, because of the nose marks, it is only proper before we start. Ministers who are not members of parliament, excuse us, because we are now going into the business of voting. And I will be grateful, Mr. Speaker, you add that directive so that they can excuse us, because at this stage we are moving into voting and they have no role to play as we start the voting. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, that forms part of the directive to clear the lobbies. Because at this time, it's only for members of parliament who can vote. It's for only members, not those who come to participate but can't vote. And so the next process after the division bells are rung is for me to put the question again, to listen to the ayes and noes. That is the process, and that is the procedure. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in terms of Order 111 of the Constitution. Article 111 of the Constitution.
Article 111 of the Constitution.
It is
yes.
so. Mr. Speaker, my colleague invited you to exercise a discretion, but he didn't invoke any order in our rules book, neither did he rely on the Constitution. But I am relying on the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, in contending that the fact that ministers and deputy ministers have no voting right does not suggest in any way, Mr. Speaker, with respect, that when we are voting, they must necessarily leave the chamber. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I shall read the said article I rely on in extenso and verbatim. The Vice President, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, the Vice President, a minister or deputy minister who is not a member of Parliament shall be entitled to participate in the proceedings of Parliament and shall be accorded all the privileges of a member of Parliament, except that he is not entitled to vote or to hold an office in Parliament. So Mr. Speaker has said in granting my application that there's going to be division. We're going to vote. It cannot be that for the first time we trying to introduce a new precedent. Mr. Speaker, the applicant on whose behalf we are proceeding in this direction is here. Unless the honorable member who invoked your discretion wants to suggest that his presence or the presence of ministers in this chamber would amount to interfering in the proceedings, or that he is also saying that because of COVID. Mr. Speaker, if it's all about COVID, then perhaps we have defied your order, because Mr. Speaker even said we could monitor proceedings from our own offices, and chairs, the seats were reduced. So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying that the presence of the ministers will not in any way affect the voting in the chamber. It will not. They are not going to participate in the voting process. And when the rule talks about clearing the lobby, it was clear where they are seated. They are not seated in the lobby. They are seated in the chamber of Parliament, the plenary sitting where they are participating in proceedings. And Mr. Speaker, I so humbly submit. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, you got it all wrong. This is not the first time that the Parliament of the Fourth Republic has applied the procedure of division. This is not the first time. Once you challenge the voice vote, it means that what the speaker heard is different from what you heard. And so you think that what you heard is that the yes had it, not the no's. Or the other way around, the no's had it, not the yes. So it's a voice vote. So when you decide to take a division, the intention of a division is to make sure that in repeating the voice vote again, there should not be any doubt as to the decision being taken by only members who are entitled to vote. That is why the lobby, when you talk about the lobby, it doesn't only include strangers. It also includes those who can be part of the debate, but who cannot be part of the decision taking. That is why you have to again repeat the question and listen to the voice vote again. If not, there will be no use to listen to the voice vote after all this elaborate procedure. So I stand by my decision. Those that are not members of parliament, please, you are part of those who should be cleared. So we get only members of parliament to participate in this decision. Very important. Honorable members, if we have a non-member of parliament seated here, I have the power under the orders to call on the marshal to get the person out of the house. Table office, have you rang the division bell? Division bell. Honorable members. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, may honorable members resume your seats. It looks desperation. The things desperation can do. Honorable members, I want to.
No! I said you can tell at you. If it doesn't go, we are not shopping. Simple.
No leave. I said you can tell no leave. That is the public gallery.
Honorable members, please let me understand what is happening. Allow your leaders to put across your concern, then I can listen to you. Honorable members, resume your seat so that
Right, honorable member, as a member of parliament for the good people of Impraiso, if Asiedu Ketia doesn't work out of this chamber, nothing will go.
Asiedu Ketia is not going anywhere. Asiedu Ketia is not going anywhere today. Asiedu Ketia is here. He has every right. We know you. You want to pay people. Asiedu will leave. He must leave. He will not condone just something. What do you think you are? Nothing of what I said. Jesus on your own. Let them.
Honorable members, honorable members, the request
Honorable members on the majority side, everybody should walk out. Let's walk out. Walk out. Walk out. Everybody, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members, I refer you to Order 104. It says, in the case of grave disorder arising in the House, Mr. Speaker may, if he thinks it necessary to do so, adjourn the House without question put, or, honorable members, This is part of grave disorder. I repeat, you should have read it, so you know what it involves. So when I say read and you don't read, and I want to draw your attention to it, listen. At the end of the day, you have the opportunity to raise objection. Honorable Mama Yarga, I can't be wrong so far as this matter is concerned. Please sit down. You are not undermining my authority. You are undermining the authority of Parliament, not me. I've been here 28 years, clean. Order 104. In the case of grave disorder arising in the House, Mr. Speaker may, if he thinks it necessary to do so, adjourn the House without question put, or suspend the sitting till a time to be named by him. And so, I am going to suspend the sitting. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, our colleagues walked out. Mr. Speaker, so many times this House, one side of the House had walked out for one reason or the other. Mr. Speaker, each time they do, business of the House continues. And Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, I want to refer you to Order 82, where I am calling for the withdrawal of the earlier motion on the request of the Finance Minister that you wanted us to put the question. And with your leave, I read. A member who has proposed a motion may withdraw it, but if the motion has been seconded, he may do so only by the leave of the House. And Mr. Speaker, I want to plead that
Which motion?
there was no motion.
Please.
He made a request. He made a request. And Mr. Speaker, you followed the request with a question. And we were to move into division when our colleagues opposite walked out. And Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with you that we stand down that request so that we can put the question on the budget statement, because we believe that the House started with over 270 of us. And we'll be grateful, Mr. Speaker, that you put the question to the budget statement so that this House will continue.
Honorable Minority Chief, you don't know the state in which the Speaker is in. You haven't even listened to how many minutes I'm going to suspend the House. Where you sit, you can at any time move out and come back. Where I sit, I can only move out through a suspension or adjournment. So when I request for a suspension, you must be humane and you must listen to me. Definitely, you cannot understand this procedure more than me. I've lived it for how many years now? Please. I will suspend proceedings for 5 minutes.
In general, I'll tell you. I'll leave my dog. I don't think
Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, let me thank you for your indulgence. The Speaker was under pressure, and having had the opportunity of 5 minutes suspension, I thought it was wise to at least get a few words together to read, so that it will be part of the records as to what has happened. And that is the reason why I've taken more than the 5 minutes. The pressure was just a few minutes. Honorable members, as you are already aware, the House has concluded the debate on the budget statement and economic policy of government for the 2022 financial year. Ordinarily, as Speaker, it is my duty to put the question on the motion. But you may recall that the Honorable Majority Leader had earlier on put in a request for the Minister of Finance to make a prayer, which request I put before the House. Given where we were in the process, it was not within my power to just grant that prayer without the leave of the House. And it's that leave I was seeking. Seeking the leave of the House has resulted in the disorder we just witnessed. The rules are very clear. The honorable members on the majority side opted for a division, not a head count. And Order 114 gives elaborate procedure on the matter of division, which I read to the House. At the moment, the majority members have walked out of the chamber because of the cacophony. I did not even know why there was that much noise on the side of the majority. And so I kept on trying to get them to understand that they should pass their concerns to their leaders, so that I give the opportunity for the leaders to articulate why there was that disorder in that part of the House. I did not get it until they started moving out. And later, a paper was passed on to me that they were insisting that the General Secretary of the NDC should leave the public gallery before the question is put. This is where we are now. I wasn't even given the opportunity to decide whether to let him be at the public gallery or not. I wasn't given that opportunity, and they walked out. So this is the stage we have reached. The question is whether we should proceed now. As you know, This is a national budget affecting all the citizens who are relying on us to do what is best for them. Honorable members, I will proceed to read in detail Order 114, which we were just following to implement. I did not decide to use division. The majority opted for the division. And so I was compelled to follow the standing orders on division. And it says, Standing Order 1141, in the case of a division, Mr. Speaker shall direct that the lobbies be cleared. And upon such direction being given, the division bells shall be rung for 1 minute. After a lapse of 2 minutes from this direction, he shall put the question, and Mr. Speaker shall declare whether in his opinion the ayes or noes have it. If his opinion is again opposed, he shall announce the names of 2 tellers for the ayes and 2 for the noes, and shall direct a division be held. This is where we were following. And so I directed that the lobbies be cleared. I directed that the division bells be rung for 1 minute, and then the 2 minutes were to lapse. And now I put the question again. And the purpose of division is to make sure that you clear from the House all those who are not qualified by law to participate in the decision taking. In this case, the voice vote. That is why you clear the division. I have seen it practiced in other parliaments. We ourselves have practiced it before. And you recall one time that we did not practice division, and they did head count alone. The number on the other side was more than the number of the members in the House. And we had to struggle to know who was the unqualified person who voted. I was here. That time, K.E.K. Tachi was the clerk of Parliament. And so the purpose of division is to get anybody who cannot vote to be out, to leave only qualified members to now vote using the voice vote. That is what the standing order says. And now it will not be that other people might have added their voices to what the one side or the other would have done. And you know, 1142 says, the names of members voting in the division in the House shall be recorded by division clerks immediately before members pass out from the ayes and noes lobbies. So it cannot be any other member, but members qualified to do what? To vote, whose name shall be recorded. That is exactly the process I was following. And they shall be counted by the tellers as they pass out of the lobby doors. This is what the rule of law means. Fidelity to the law. We are bound by the law. Since the majority who opted for the division have also opted to walk out, walkouts are permitted. And as a minority leader, I led a number of walkouts. That did not prevent the House from going on with the business. The 7th Parliament a number of them occurred, and the House went on with the business. This House thinks that there's nothing wrong with that procedure, and therefore the House will proceed with the business of the House. Honorable members, I would have ordinarily put the question and listened to the voice vote. Because there have been a walkout, I want a head count so that we get to know the number in the House and whether we satisfy the constitutional requirement of taking a decision, which you know, the quorum of the House to take a decision. Quorum of the House. You are at liberty to refer to your constitution and see the numbers required for quorum of the House. Yes, Deputy Minority Whip. I saw you on your feet, that's why I gave you the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, I've been giving superior advice. Thank you.
Oh, what kind of superior advice is that? Honorable members, avoidance of doubt. Article 102 says, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. That is the quorum of Parliament. And that quorum permits us to transact business, to go on with the business. That is what I want to satisfy myself with and all of you before we proceed. And that is why I refer to that. And so we can only do that by getting the numbers present in the House. And therefore I'll put the question and we'll go by head count. Those in favor of the request, which has been described as prayer of the Minister of Finance for more time to do consultation with leaders of the House, and therefore not to put the question today. Those in favor of that request, please stand out and be counted. Those against that request, please kindly stand up to be counted. Please, table office, do the counting. Honorable members, we may now resume your seats. The results. Those in favor of the request, that's the prayer of the Minister of Finance for more time to do consultation with the leadership, 0. That's nil. Those against the request of the Minister for Finance for more time for consultation with the leadership, 137. So the noes have it, and the request is accordingly lost. Now I proceed to put the question on the motion. The question is, those in favor of the approval of motion number 11 on the order paper, who says, and I read, that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2022. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, clearly the noes have it. Is accordingly lost. Honorable members, early in the days after my election as a speaker, I did pledge to the good people of this country, through you, that I will do everything in my power not to obstruct government business. I did so expecting reciprocity, that government will also do everything not to frustrate or obstruct the business of Parliament. As your Speaker, I will do all I can not to allow government to obstruct or frustrate Parliament in its lawful duty. That is a pledge to the good people of Ghana. And there's good reason why the good people of Ghana elected this parliament to be a hung parliament. Those who pretend to say near hung, is a hung parliament of 137, 137. The independent who decided to do business with one side made them majority group. There is no majority party in this house. I want to repeat it. There is no majority party in this house. And so, I want to thank those of you who have been able to patiently wait up to this time for us to finish the business of the day. This is a new beginning, where for the first time, a majority has walked out from its own business. I want to end here, and if and I want, in the absence of any further business, to adjourn the House, unless leadership will want to say a few words. In the absence of any other business to transact, and since leadership has no more concerns for today, the House will have to adjourn. Yes, Minority Leader. Yes, please. Honorable Suhini. It's 9 minutes to 8 p.m. Honorable members, the House is adjourned to Tuesday next at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is accordingly adjourned.
Our side.
Revolution has come to stay.